Maybe speak directly to the mic.
Sure, great. You're just letting you know you're being broadcast to everyone enjoying breakfast, so we'll put this minimal.
Enjoy your breakfast.
Would you mind popping on camera for a second?
No, we're never getting So I'm going to use the bathroom because the moment that
You're up on the video, and we're just doing a
so many people, someone will have something to say.
and you're giving me much confidence that our audio and video works. So we are
That's great.
very happy.
How long can you
Thanks for having
like
us.
8 hours or so? Because if you do, and the conference is you can be speaking for it. You will be like, no, eating is overrated.
If I go to now, he's up on this one, and then I go to, and it's you're big and famous in Roxbury, Connecticut right now.
That's exactly the place.
So let me know, go to pop off the camera and
Okay, I will.
Yes. Yes. Well, we're gonna take
that's what we decided, but I just wanted to have your vote.
I was thinking to stay here for the rest of my life. And I decided against it. I think that's what you would probably feel like I was thinking right.
Right.
But audio and video sound.
You got it well, so I visualize.
Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2 3. 1 2 3.
Okay, so once again, we're all set for tech, so we'll just let you hang out here for a little while.
Thanks. Enjoy breakfast.
Thank you.
Jessica.
That's so cool.
We're figuring it out.
So I'm gonna, run to the restroom.
So used to seeing you on the screen.
First.
Like,
Is he a good patient?
Good morning. Testing, testing. Good morning. Testing, testing.
Like they'll keep it.
So she, yes. So once again, for any information or super today, they're not.
Okay. This is a learning experience, at least some of us, so, welcome. Do you want to start?
No.
No, go ahead.
I'd like to welcome you. I'll be the first, second, third, I guess, of a number of welcomes. We're hoping the tech doesn't fail us. We live by technology, I know that, but it tends to fail us. So that's what we're a little nervous about. So my name is Steve Marino. I'm the conference chair. I'd like to welcome you and introduce Sarah.
I'm the president of the board of the Arthur Miller Writing Studio, and we're co-sponsoring this conference with the Arthur Miller Society. And I'm so pleased to welcome you to our second conference. This is our first day-long conference together, and it's our first super high-tech. So we're all learning. But I want to thank Steve and his team for putting together what's going to be a terrific lineup of speakers. I'm really looking forward to this. I also want to thank the board and volunteers of the Arthur Miller Writing Studio who have put in countless hours helping bring this to fruition. And Victoria Rowan in the back who pulled together a screening of the Dustin Hoffman teleplay of Death of the Salesman last night. And so I feel this conference is moving us into a whole new universe of possibility, which is very exciting. I also want to thank the Minor Memorial Library Board, Teresa, the library director, who's been so helpful in making the library available to us and smoothing everything along. It's been really great. So I hope you have a wonderful time today and we all learn a lot. And thank you to our presenters. And yeah, have fun.
Good morning. It's my pleasure to add my welcome to the special conference, the 14th International Arthur Miller Conference, focusing on the 75th anniversary of Miller's most famous play, Death of the Salesman. It is also a pleasure for me personally to return to Roxbury after last year, this memorial library, and this developing community, joining local residents and professionals, teachers and students, and American and international scholars. The event held here a year ago began a wonderful and fruitful collaboration between our communities for the studio project and related Miller activities, one that I anticipate will develop through the years to explore new avenues of understanding and celebration of Miller's invaluable contributions in literature, theater, and social issues. Stephen Marino, whose invaluable work on all things Miller, including the Arthur Miller Journal, conferences, the studio project, and his own esteemed scholarship and publications, has put together a wonderful program today of papers, panels, roundtables, and special presentations, an incredible and astounding amount of activity in a single day. In addition to the content of this conference, I know that what began at the first International Arthur Miller Conference, created by Stephen Centola at Millersville University in 1992, connections and friendships will both be renewed and begun here that can enrich our interest in Miller and his works and our own lives as well. Welcome and enjoy.
Now you get another welcome from me. As conference chair, it's a pleasure for me to welcome you to what I'm confident will be a fantastic day celebrating the Broadway premiere of Arthur Miller's masterpiece. The Arthur Miller Society traditionally has scheduled conferences and events to coincide with his October 17th birthday. And it's wonderful to continue this tradition again here in Roxbury, a place that has special meaning not only as Miller's country residence, but as the place where he wrote the play in that tiny shed that he built with his own hands, and it still stands there today. We hope the presentations today emphasize what we see as the continued relevance of Death of a Salesman in the United States and countries around the world. And this is where we begin. The international reception of the play. For the striking aspect of Death of a Salesman, the quintessentially American play is how it attracts a global audience. So we have two parts to this first session. The first is a paper that discusses the staging of the play behind the Iron Curtain. The second is a live Zoom roundtable of panelists from abroad. It is my pleasure to present Keynote of the University of Sofia in Bulgaria.
I'm really excited to be here for the first time in Roxbury. It's such a special day on such a bright and chilly morning. Can you hear me? Okay.
Let's bring that just a touch closer.
Okay.
Quick mic check.
Yeah, that was my feeling that it wasn't. Okay, I think it works. So as you can see, I'll be talking briefly about staging Death of a Salesman in the Soviet era, more precisely about different strategies of censorship in terms of and through translation and other techniques. In the Soviet world, not a very cheerful subject for early morning, but I hope at least interesting. As we can see, Death of a Salesman made his way into the Soviet world, relatively about 10 year delay. As we can see, it was first staged in Moscow and Leningrad, 1959. This is an unusual pattern. The green light was always given from Moscow, and then the other parts of Eastern Europe. We can see then it was staged in Zagreb, Belgrade, former Yugoslavia, Sofia 1964, Bulgaria, China 83, Hungary 84, and the last Albania, which had the harshest communist regime in Eastern Europe. These are photos from the opening nights of the, on the left, the Russian performance, the Bulgarian one with the suitcase, and the Albanian. This is just some of the performances. I'm not including everything. I'll be giving examples primarily from my own country because I've researched it very well, and also Albania because it's the most extreme case. As I said, this was not the first play. This was actually usually the third play stage in the Soviet world after All My Sons and the Crucible. As a whole, Arthur Miller was given accorded a very warm reception in the early 40s and 50s in Eastern Europe for obvious reasons. He was a House American Committee hero because of his anti-fascist stance, because of being a moral and social writer, presenting the conflicts of America, social conflicts, political conflicts, atomic anxieties. So in the beginning, he was very popular, well staged, but he was appropriated mainly for the didactic and moralizing purposes of communist propaganda, which means his plays were used, including Death of a Salesman, to expose the whatever as they called it, evils of capitalism and societal pressure on the individual. At the same time, failing to see the parallels with communist coercion in the Eastern Bloc at the same time. So this is the beginning, successful, warm reception. The triumph of Miller in the Eastern Bloc was in the 60s, when 4 major plays were staged in the Soviet world, including Death of a Salesman. Most of them were transferred to stages very quickly. Some of them the same year, like The Price, for example, the same year as Broadway, 1968. At that time, in the 60s, early, he continued to be praised as a moral and social writer. Yet all the time there was this accusation of being not sufficiently critical of American reality and class conscious. I quote, not offering the proper solutions to address social problems. For example, they could not forgive him the suicide ending. In many Eastern Bloc countries, this was questioned because it was against socialist optimism. and it was either ignored or sometimes toned down. Alienation issues. He was also, another sin he was accused of was employing psychological approaches to the inner crisis of the individual instead of offering clear and progressive ideas to solve the pervasive crisis of capitalism. These are Bulgarian critics, or also accusing him of using too much psychoanalysis and Freudianism, which were unacceptable in the communist world at that time. All of a sudden, in 1968, Arthur Miller fell from grace, as you might know, very abruptly. Why? Because in 1968, after the Soviet invasion into Czechoslovakia, Arthur Miller was very outspoken. He criticized it. The next year, he published in Russia his album book with his wife, which was presenting Russia as he saw it. And because of that, all of a sudden, overnight, he was banned in the USSR. And retroactively, his plays were all of a sudden reevaluated from being progressive and socially engaging. The next day, they were dismissed as decadent and, I quote Zlobin, a Russian critic, marred by Western bourgeois ideas. So he was banned in the USSR. Thank God he was not banned all over the Soviet world, including my own country, but still, they performed fewer plays, and then he was totally reevaluated in the 1990s. The first performance in Bulgaria of Death of a Salesman was in 1964, directed by Nikolai Lyutskanov, the National Theatre. These are photographs from the original production, black and white. As a whole, if I have to describe the interpretation of this first interpretation of Death of a Salesman, I would call it Death of the American Dream and Illusions, because this was the major, the bottom line. Official critical discourses surrounding the production, the pre-performance, post-performance, they overemphasized class and social issues, translating his drama through the code of the so-called common man or class issues, who was seen simultaneously as the working class hero, but also the victim of capitalism. So William Loman that was a typical mantra. What is interesting is that, the same play, Death of a Saleswoman, was performed 50 years later at the same National Theatre. This is already Capitalism in Bulgaria, 2018. These are photos from the new performance. This time, if I have to, in a nutshell, summarize the reception of the play, I would say that first, the reception was much better and warmer because people could understand it. Finally, we had capitalism and they knew what credits mean, what premium insurance mean, what loans mean, what mortgage mean. These were non-existent terms, and not just terms, concepts, and ideas in communist Bulgaria. So nobody, including my students at the time, could understand why this guy commits suicide. He has everything. It was like whereas in 2018, this was already after the global crisis to financial crisis in the world. Now the play was interpreted as the death of Bulgarian illusions about capitalism, because we had just made the transition to capitalism and now the disappointment and difficulty started. So it was rethinking the play, rather rethinking our own crisis during the transition to capitalism through the American play. So the focus and the lens was very different, and I dare say that it was much better understood 50 years later. This time the interpreted code was the struggle of the little man with the big global world. I want to also very briefly show you, without any details, two major strategies, among many, of course, that communist censors used to appropriate Western drama as a whole, but also especially American drama. One was through translation politics, because Bulgaria all Soviet countries had not signed any agreement about staging, copyright, whatever. So they believed they could do anything with the text. So this was pre-performance kind of strategy through translation, and also through reviews, post-performance theater notes, programs, whatever. So my first example would be about the translation of Death of a Salesman 1964, which I have researched the unpublished archival manuscript for the production in the National Archives. As I already mentioned, it was delayed 15 years after Broadway, although the first Miller play was staged 1947, but this one, it took it 15 years. As we can see in a minute, it's a major rewriting of the play. There are deliberate interventions, erasing cultural linguistic otherness, toning down poetics, cuts, omissions. So this is the first strategy. And then I'll move on to the second strategy with examples from Albania. Now, here's one way of changing the text through erasing linguistic and cultural otherness. As we all know, Miller's language is very specific. In Death of a Salesman, it's full of details. We have precise prices of dollars, cents, realistic representation of the cost of living, how much they have to pay for the washing machine, the vacuum cleaner, specific age, miles to be traveled, speed of driving. All this is the specificity of life, yet poetic. In the Bulgarian translation, this is cut. No such figures. It could be because people did not know what $3.50 means, vacuum cleaner. It could be because people had no vacuum cleaners and washing machines and nobody wanted to bother. So they were neutralizing culture-specific items, names of cities, places. All Willis travels to Yonkers, Florida, missing cities. Biff's disappearing into Nebraska, Dakota, Arizona, Texas, missing. Description of homes in Long Island. Yes, perhaps these were faraway places people didn't know of, so they decided that they can disappear. Culture-specific items were also deleted, as I already mentioned, related to American way of life and the capitalist system. Nobody knew what executive director means. Merchandise manager, vice presidents, insurance inspector, insurance premium, grace period, company names. So they just decided we had no loans, we had no unemployment under that system. So they cut everything that was foreign, that could not be understood, and that was also dangerous. And also references to historic and political figures, which is probably again to make the text easier. Two specific sectors actually are toned down. One is American entertainment and consumer culture, especially popular culture, which was popular really. Western popular, American pop was too popular for the censors. So chain stores, clubs and restaurants, filines, slatteries, radio programs, pop songs, even Coca-Cola, words mentioned missing. The whole sports world was also erased in terms of sneakers, coach, locker room, bowling, New York Giants. Now, why, we may ask? First, of dangerous associations triggered by the goodies of capitalism, because the mantra was rotten capitalism, yet people read between the lines and say, okay, rotten capitalism, but you have washing machine, you have dryer, you have a Cadillac, and we don't. So all these parallels drawn with our culture of deficit, the whole conflict between production and consumer ethics was dangerous, so it was erased. Many poetical elements were toned down. I'll skip here because we don't have much time. Specific images, semantic fields. I guess this was just random. Intense presence of machines. For example, cars, fridges, dictation and recording machines. They're missing in the Bulgarian translation. How can we have some of the scenes functioning around these items? That's another story. Swear and obscene words containing references to God always are missing, not just with Miller, always, whatever. Screw the business world, God damn it, I swear to God. because of atheism first, and second because of pseudo-prudery. No swear words, for Christ's sake. Even Christmas break, for example, it would be winter or something. Now, unlike all these cuts, there were several additions which are really shocking. For example, the line, remember how Biff used to Simonize that car? In the Bulgarian translation, there is one tiny addition, like slave, just to remind people of slavery. The other interesting thing is when Happy says, his Happy's definition of the American dream, that's what I always wanted. My own apartment, a car, and plenty of women. In the Bulgarian version, we have and pari, and money. This is again on purpose so that they can always say that the American dream is measured in monetary terms only. So strange additions, many cuts. The other thing which is confusing, we have major cuts in the original text, starting with words, phrases, lines, and whole scenes, starting with the opening scene. If you compare, the English is on the left, the Bulgarian is on the right. You see the Bulgarian is very thin. What is underlined is just, this is the beginning when Willie and Linda talk about how they box them in and how the lilacs and wisteria is missing, of course. You see, it's just the little information left. The details, poetic, no. What is even more concerning is that sometimes we have simultaneous cuts, merges. One of the most shocking examples is the first long monologue between Biff and Happy upstairs in the bedroom when they try to catch up with what they've been doing and all their travels. As you can see, 1/3 is missing. For example, Biff says he summarizes only that he's tried more than 30 professions since he left. He mentions a few places, but not all of them, the long list of jobs and travels. So that their dialogue is really half of what is the real dialogue, what is even more puzzling is that in between we have Willie Loman's lines interspersed, trying to make a parallel with his own travels to Providence, where we have Biff, then we have Willie, then we have Biff and Willie, Westbury, Providence, as if they're trying to draw a parallel between the father's travels and, but this is so confusing to follow. I'll mention the effects in a minute. They also have lines of characters merged. The most shocking example is the Requiem scene where, as you remember, Linda on the left, Charlie and Biff say the final words. In the Bulgarian version, half of these words of the three have been merged into Linda's mouth only. And I don't know for what reason, probably to make it shorter, but also all of a sudden they give a lot of voice to Linda. So is there a text on stage? Not half, 1/3 is missing. The consequences are horrible of these deforming strategies because by erasing American context and setting, we have thinning out the cultural specificity of the play, simplifying of the dynamics of the relationships between the characters, difficulty for viewers to understand what's going on, and also blocking their identification because if they don't know all the details about the relationships, father-son, brother-brother, Linda, Willie, it's more difficult. And also they retain simply the information value of lines, which makes Miller's characters think and talk rather schematically in Bulgarian. And they devoice some characters. So the final effect is reducing Miller's work to the familiar contours of any family play, rewriting of the target text, and a kind of quantitative but also qualitative impoverishment, where politics destroys poetics. And here is another very brief example from 1986. This is just 3 years before communism collapsed. Death of a Salesman made his way into Tirana, Albania. And Enver Hoxha, their dictator, the worst dictator in the Soviet world, had died. And this made it possible finally to have the play after China even. And We can see the reviews. I had a PhD student from Albania who worked with that, where they have been given specific guidelines how to stage it and how to read it. For example, one of the accusations is, despite his great revealing faults, Miller does not make his characters struggle to win their own freedom, rights, and dignity, and consequently they surrender to their tragic fate. End of quote. The play had a dossier, theater dossier. All plays under communism had a dossier, like a police dossier. You can see the original, giving guidelines how they should expose capitalism value, how a human being is not a lemon tree, I quote, to be squeezed and thrown away. This idea must be represented on stage, or the staging must put emphasis on the failure of the social illusions, the usual mantras that we can imagine. And the conclusions, I have 1 more minute. Death of a Salesman under communism, if I have to somehow through these two examples sum up, we can say that due to the ideological imperatives to contain Arthur Miller's drama within politically digestible lines, his poetics suffered under the burden of politics. As we can see, meanings and interpretations of the play has shifted enormously depending on the context. It started as a critique of the American dream in the 1960s. Then it moved through the secret longing for this dream in the 70s and 80s when his plays were silenced, not banned at home. And finally to its ironic reevaluation in the post-communist reality. The play was subject to strict ideological prescriptions and censored. Yet I would rather say that it triggered unexpected responses and had a significant effect on the theater in the Soviet world. Why? First, because of producing disruptive presence, being very provocative, stimulating effect with its honest treatment of social and family issues, which was not familiar at home. It made people think. It was addressing serious and ethical and philosophical problems. It also brought in new sensitivities and aesthetic models. For example, Miller's social realist drama was radically different from socialist drama, which was kind of artificial, and socialist realism, not at all realism, it was illusionism, if you ask me. Also, he introduced new dramatic forms that bend chronological time, which was unfamiliar, psychological depth, frank language. Nobody spoke frankly on stage under communism. And as a whole, I would say that despite censorship, it invigorated theater practices. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'd like now to introduce Ramon Espero-Rivero, who's going to join Cornelia. Ramon is the current vice president of the Open Miller Society, professor at the University of Seville. He's going to join Cornelia in moderating our international roundtable. Let's bring it up from every country.
Are we bringing
Yeah, we're
up
ready for the
a
Zoom.
guest? Great. So guests on Zoom, I'm gonna bring you up, 1 moment.
Magic is going to happen.
Here they come.
Can everyone on Zoom hear me okay? If you don't mind giving me just a head nod or a thumbs up, great. And are you able to hear when the speakers use the microphones? Wonderful. So we just need to really use them.
Okay. So these are 5 people we have?
Great. We have 5 people on camera, but
Okay, I
9 people,
Okay, great.
9 people total.
Great.
See us, or we just.
I think they can see me and Cornelia and X, but not you. So, yeah, you can wave. I mean, I can translate. Annette is waving. Okay, thanks, Steve. And if I can have 30 seconds, I'd like to thank the Arthur Miller Studio Project, the Arthur Miller Society, of course, the library, and Steve who is this brilliant organizer, this hardworking person, who is an inspiration to us all. And although it's true that he told me the conference was going to be in Spanish, and I'm beginning to suspect that part was not completely true, but we'll see. Anyway, there's one thing in particular. I'm going to say two things, and then we go into our guests from abroad, who are the real protagonists of this section. The first one is again to thank the society and you all. And I don't know whether you realize how unusual for a conference on Arthur Miller it is to start with a presentation by someone from Bulgaria speaking about Death of a Salesman in Soviet countries, and then be followed by a guy from Spain explaining and complaining that the conference is starting in Spanish, and then going to this Zoom session with people from Italy, from the United Kingdom, from France, from these countries around the world. I guess that 20, 30 years ago, this would have been unthinkable, because Miller is an American playwright. So if we were here, if we had been here, we would only be a footnote at the very end, just attesting to the fact that as an American playwright, yeah, I mean, there are guys out there in the rest of the world interested in Miller. The fact that we are starting with this is clearly going against the grain. And there's nothing I like more than going against the grain. And now I'm going to go on going against the grain, and I'm going to read a quote, a very short one, by Miller, and then I'm going to fall silence and give the floor to our invited people from abroad, whom I'm not going to present, because if I have to present all of them and tell you about their affiliations and their biographies, the whole hour and a half is going to be spent on that. So you've got their names in the program. So if you're interested, I mean, they can probably, if they want, mention something about themselves. But we're going to go to the reviews, and then we'll have the discussion, which is really why we're here. That quote, I have not forgotten, is the following. He wrote that the world is, quote, just provinces of one great human empire. I'm going to read that again, which is something that I do with my students, so I think that no one understands me, and I repeat things many times. Miller has written that the world is just, quote, provinces of one great human empire, unquote, which is nice. Nicely written. Question is it true? Well, this is the point where I fall silence and go to our presenters. I'm going to follow the order here in the program. John London, by the way, I have to apologize because we had his intervention recorded, but unfortunately we have not been able, there's been some technical problem, and we're not going to be able to hear him, but we have the other speakers, and we're going to start with Michael. Michael is there, I think. Michael, hi, how are you? Thank you all, by the way, for being here remotely from your countries.
Hi, Ramon.
Michael. So, each of them is going to speak for like 4 or 5 minutes, right? And then we'll come back here and we'll try to discuss and share our views of things that they might say or things that we might have to contribute. Okay, so Michael, we'll start with you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me all right.
Yes.
Great. The British director, Richard Eyre, memorably described the impact of Arthur Miller's drama in the UK as, quote, like a distant and disturbing fire, end quote. Its incendiary quality, its ability to ignite serious rather than earnest issues has kept it perennially popular for theatregoers. And its, quote, visceral power, he maintains, has influenced writers that came after Miller. The playwright, who described himself as invisible in America from the 60s on, knew only too well that he was, to quote Willy Loman, well liked in the UK. Something of a spiritual home. And just as importantly, that there were directors, Eyre, David Thacker, and Michael Rudman principally, who were enthusiastic promoters of his plays with whom he could work. Miller's canonical plays of the 40s and 50s are regularly produced and hold up under public and critical scrutiny because, as David Thacker has identified, they offer audiences a combination of challenging ideas and strong narratives. We might add that they benefit too from a marked aesthetic contrast with another American popular on these shores, Tennessee Williams. At the risk of marginalizing other playwrights, the hegemony of Miller and Williams is a symbiosis that works to their mutual advantage. It is also worth noting that the scholarly interest in both playwrights' apprentice and late plays has been taken up by London fringe and provincial theatres in recent years, though rather more mutedly in Miller's case. Death of a Salesman was immediately regarded as a significant cultural event. The Times described it as, quote, a massive and relentless play, and the theatre critic for the Daily Express surely pinpointed a good deal of its appeal for Brits. This play, quote, seems to lay the soul of America bare, all the hopes, fears, frustrations, inhibitions, and terrible yearnings of a nation, end quote. There but for the grace of God, go we, might be the implied meaning, but I don't believe that condescension, what a New York Times critic described as the Brits lapping up Miller's cynicism about American culture and politics, explains the play's lasting appeal, at least not entirely. By my calculations, Salesman has been performed some half a dozen times in London since its premiere. As I think is the case in America, its frequency has been surpassed by The Crucible and A View from the Bridge, if not by All My Sons too. But Salesman has a gravitas, a legitimate claim to be the quintessential American play. And like other US mainstays, its allure has been increased by the big name actors, both British and American, that have taken the role of Willy Loman. Warren Mitchell, Alan Armstrong, Anthony Sher, Brian Dennehy, and Wendell Pierce. Their box office draw, combined with the play's classic status, has, to my mind, deterred experimentation. The broken tree that dominated Fran Thompson's set for the 1996 National Theatre production, perhaps a nod to All My Sons, and the Young Vic's 2019 set of imprisoning grey boxes lowered on wires hardly constitute radical set design or a serious attempt to update the play for a modern era, still more dogged by burnout, neurological decline, and the urge to self-promote. Think social media celebrities and their relentless pursuit of likes. Where is the Ivo van Hove that so powerfully stripped A View from the Bridge back to its elemental Greek roots? Where, we might ask, is the director bold enough to push the envelope of psychological realism back to Miller's original Inside of His Head project? Finally, a note about Miller's place in the curriculum. He has a limited presence in our school classrooms, Salesman being, I have found, a slow burner after the initial resistance to that old guy shouting and contradicting himself at every turn. In universities, the playwright is like other American dramatists, usually relegated to undergraduate surveys of modern or post-war literature taught by non-specialists. As far as I'm aware, there is no research of note, and so sadly, Miller's enduring popularity is not being complemented by the critical attention his work, drama and prose fiction alike, warrants. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Now, we're traveling to France, not literally speaking, but to greet John Bach, who's somewhere on the screen. John, how are you?
Hi, how you doing?
Good to see you.
Morning, everyone. I think Emmeline would like to go first,
Okay.
since we're both dealing with French. I think that's what I mean. Yeah, is that okay?
Well, if you don't mind, yeah, because actually, so we discussed with John, and I did something more general, and he will do something more specific.
That's fantastic.
If it's fine
Emmy,
with you.
we can
Start.
see you. Now we can.
Yeah, do you hear me properly?
Yeah. We can
Yeah,
hear
okay,
you,
great.
but we'd
Wonderful,
like,
thank you.
we'd like to see
Okay,
you.
so maybe I'd like to start with a very general introduction, very quick and general introduction on Arthur Miller in France. I can say that Miller is popular in France for four main reasons. First is allegiance to the Communist Party. The Communist Party, the French Communist intelligentsia in France was very important in the 50s. And Jean-Paul Sartre adapted The Crucible for the screen. And Miller was one of the American communist figure that French intellectuals shared. The second reason is his relationship with Marilyn Monroe. The third reason is his movie, The Misfits, which enjoyed a great success in France. And eventually, the work of Liliane Cargent, who was a French scholar who published the French bio of the author and who participated in spreading the word about his work, not only in the French academia, but also on the radio. She contributed to several programs devoted to Arthur Miller. Miller is, after Tennessee Williams, the most well-known US playwright in France, although he's mostly known for other reasons than his plays. It should be said that there are very few US playwrights whom are known in France, which is a very paradoxical fact since US culture is huge in our country, but US theater is actually underrepresented. And so a bit of an ad here. It's a paradox which is central to the program that John and I have launched, which is entitled Active, American Contemporary Theater in France. And also, so it's the beginning of the program, but we have a few intuitions to explain the reason why American theater is underrepresented. The first one being the difficulties to deal with agents when it comes to translations, the lack of official networks to promote US theater beyond the US. When dance is well-represented, theater is more a challenging genre to produce in France, American theater, right? The language, which is often put forward as being a barrier, because American English is actually very specific, and the audience preconceived ideas from the 60s, US theater is often associated with the notion of performances. So these are a few reasons. There are many more than that, and working on finding out more about the reason why American theater is not that represented in France, but you have some elements here. To go back to the French productions of Death of a Salesman, I only found 4 productions. I have to say that it's a bit of a challenge to find, to list all the productions because they are not recorded in databases. So you really have to go for specific venues, and it takes time. And so for the time I had, I went for the main databases, and I could find 4 productions. So I will go through the 4 of them very quickly again, because John then will be more specific on some of them. What I found interesting is that for all of them, the reviewers questioned the topicality of the play. And Harmony asked us to reflect upon the relevance of the play to our modern world, and all the reviewers actually did that. They questioned the topicality of the play when it was performed. And interestingly also, all of the productions that I found were performed in public venues. As you know, in France, public theater is very important. So you have public theater on the one hand and commercial theater on the other, but we have a strong tradition of public theater. And most of the plays, at least the one I found, were in public venues. The first production of the play was in 1965 by Gabriel Garand. The text was translated by Eric Kahn, and the play was produced at the Théâtre de la Commune in Aubervilliers. So that's interesting that the first performance was at the Théâtre de la Commune, which is known for its communist affiliation in the history of French theater. The journalist from Le Monde praised the play as one of the best productions of the season, and this play gave the journalist the opportunity to criticize Parisian theater. So he was actually praising the programs of the venues on the outskirts of Paris. So that's interesting because half of the So the review is about the play, and the other half is about, how bad Parisian theatre was, and that, we're very lucky to have these non-Parisian venues. And the reviewer mentioned that the fact that despite belonging to another time, the play was still relevant in the 60s. The second production was by Marcel Bual in 1988, and the translation was by yet again another translator. So each time we have a new translator, which is also something very specific to the play, because if you take Tennessee Williams, you do have several translators, but not for each production. If you take Naomi Wallace, who is very important in France, you have the same Dominique Ollier translator, but for the production of Death of the Salesman, it was each time a new translation. So this one was yet again not produced in Paris, but outside of Paris in Orléans. Again, when reading the reviews from Le Monde, one of the reviews questioned the relevance of the play, which for this play did not seem to be topical for this production. The reviewer focuses on the talent of the actors, and also the quality of the play is scarcely discussed in the reviews that I've read. The play got a Molière for the best adaptation, and getting a Molière, getting this award, is quite a consecration in France. So, meaning that the play was actually, if not recognized by the critics, it was recognized by the professional. In 2012, Claudia Stavinsky staged her own translation of the play at the Théâtre des Célestins in Lyon, not in Paris. And here, yet again, the reviewers go back to the topicality of the play, and they say that it was so topical because the play echoes the contemporary tragedy of capitalism. And I found out a new production in 2024 by the company Échappé Vif, directed by Philippe Baronnet, a translation by yet again another translator, Kelly Rivière, and that would be produced at the Théâtre Montassier de Versailles. So the play would be on in November. So wait and see. I don't know if they're going to discuss the topicality of the play. Well, John, we have to keep an eye on that, right? We may wonder if the play was presented mainly in public theatres because of the works critics of capitalism, which would be more tailored for public venues, which have a more left-wing tradition in France, in between bracket, because things are changing a lot, and what does it mean to be left-wing? But still, there's this tendency to be, to program lefty plays. Apart from the issue of time, which has been often tackled in the reviews, acting was also central. The play is often introduced as a play which enables actors to show their talents. So there were the two main elements. On the one hand, topicality, on the other hand, the acting. Haman, in your prompts, you asked whether we had some memories of the play. I have none, because I never saw the play on stage in France, and even in the States, to be honest. And the screen adaptation, that was my only reference. Well, my only reference was the screen adaptation with Dustin Hoffman. A reference which is shared by many old people like myself and old directors also, when I read about that. People from my generation, they know the play because of things of obviously the script, but the screen adaptation. But the movie now, if you ask my students, it doesn't ring a bell for my students. They don't know about this adaptation. They don't really know about the play, to be honest. And they don't know about the play because also the play is rarely taught in English department or in performance studies department, in theater department. American theater is not that much on syllabus. Sometimes you have a Tennessee Williams play, sometimes you have a Eugene O'Neill play, but that's it, and that's from time to time. So personally, I've never heard of Death as a student, and I got interested in American theater, and that's because of my own interest that I found out about the play. Also something that maybe we can say to add some reasons to this lack in our education is that, again, if American theater is not that much staged in France, American theater is not that much taught in France, also in the French academia. But things are changing, and John, we are here to make this happen, right? So we are very hopeful that there will be more American plays in classes. And that's it for me.
Thank you, Amy, for that hopeful note at the end. It's good to see you, by the way. And okay, so let's stay in France for a little while. John is also with us today, John Bock. I'm not going to tell you again that it's good to see you because you're going to begin to get ideas.
Nope, I could not really hear it was all broken up, but I'll just continue from there on. Thank you for that. Thanks, Amy, for the introduction of Miller. I'm just going to talk for a couple of minutes about the first production. I guess it's not the first French production, but the first Francophone production. It was actually a Belgian production, French-Belgian, that came to Paris in 1952. In fact, it opened at the Theatre of Paris, Théâtre de Paris, at the end of January in 1952. It performed only once in Belgium, in Namur, in the end of November, and came right to France, where it ran for quite a long time, given that American theater was not, and it still isn't, a major player in theater in France. It ran at the Theatre of Paris, the Théâtre Paris, for a couple of months before moving for the rest of the summer, in fact, to the Théâtre de Ville-Colombier. They're not that far from each other in Paris. But I think what's the biggest thing to draw from here out is context. 1952, we're 8 years after liberation. Having any plays, foreign or otherwise, on stage was already a major coup. And in a lot of the reviews I'm going to go through, I reviewed 21 newspapers from 1952 to try to get a broad perspective of what the various views were. And if anything that's common among all of them is the fact that they were just glad to have theater in general, and that they were praising the Belgians for actually coming to perform this play. And in fact, if there's anything else common among them is the praise for the Belgian actors and the staging. Apart from that, there's not a whole lot that the French compliment the play or Miller. I don't want to say there wasn't a sense of look. They loved the Americans in 1952. Okay, there was clearly that sense of thank you for having been here for us, and we really appreciate this play that's being performed on stage. But I think kind of what Emily was saying, the sense of it was just they felt it very dated. They said, "Look, this is Zola. Okay, we kind of went through this, half a century ago, if not more." We are very happy the Americans are discovering Zola naturalism, but we don't necessarily need it on stage. Now, what interests me the most was looking at precisely the difference. I mean, Emmeline said the idea of bringing left plays in was certainly contemporary issues today. But looking at the number of newspapers, the French newspapers, I mean, there are a lot of them. And they're very political, and they go all the way from left to right, from tabloid to broadsheet. And I tried to look precisely at the various ones. Let me just give you a couple of quotes, and I'll give you like La Croix, which is a strong Catholic newspaper, basically said that the play is just a rehash of Antoine and Zola, and thus very passé. What makes it interesting is not so much its theme, but rather its cinematic technique. And I actually did find that several times in the theater reviews, is the interest of how the flashbacks and all that were very cinematic, or at least aimed for a cinema. Le Monde, probably one of the most respected and referenced newspapers, said it was a great success. But the journalist Robert Kemp was not that impressed with the characters. He found them very uninteresting. And I think one of the other themes that we're going to see is that it was a very emotive play, but at the same time, very redundant play. It's like the famous line, I forgot which critic that said it, that, the first act of Waiting for Godot happens, and then second act is just the first act over again. And I think they say sort of the same thing here about the Death of a Salesman, is that the second act was simply, we could have had a one-act play for the most part. They do or don't like the cinematic technique depending upon which journal you're writing about. Some positive things. I can pull another quick comment out here. Le Figaro acknowledges the touching aspects and the sinister atmosphere, but criticizes it globally, describing it really as sort of a redundant, unnecessarily explanatory, as if they're talking to children. And there was one point, one really interesting comment, and it's rather harsh, as I can find it among my 21s. He says, this is from France Illustration. He writes that it's considered a great work in the US, but it's not so much in France. Less naive, to our disgrace, he writes, than our friends across the Atlantic. We see it only as sympathetic, ambitious, clumsy, slow work with a few moments of emotion and more numerous moments of boredom. Pretty harsh. Just to conclude the three general ideas, the majority of the reviews, and it's not overly negative. It is half and half, but even in the positive ones, they find something negative to say. What is interesting is to look at the political dimensions of the newspapers themselves and to see, like the Catholics, of course, the fact that they commit suicide, what role does that play in the review? What about the extreme leftist newspapers? Are they more pro-communist? Do they find more to complain about capitalism and all that? And I'll just finish with one interesting review. And it took me a long time. It's a very short one. And it's in the Force Ouvrière, a very left newspaper from January of 1952. And I didn't understand it at first. The title simply, I'll just translate. The title simply says, we needed 26,911 words from the American government to fix the price of cabbage. That's the title of the review, okay? I'm not kidding. It gets more interesting. An American deputy, Mr. Arthur Miller, just received a circular from the American government stabilizing the price of the subject of cabbage in America. Mr. Miller, who no doubt has a lot of free time on his hand, calculated that this document cost exactly 26,911 words, without counting all of the various annexes. The deputy from Nebraska, Mr. Miller, did not limit his study just to this document, but he also studied various other circulars of cabbage sales and compared them to the fact that Thomas Jefferson wrote the Declaration of Independence in exactly 100% fewer words, as well as Lincoln's Gettysburg Address. Gettysburg Address was only 266 words. Miller also signaled the fact that Moses in Genesis described the creation of the universe in 647 words, and that Shakespeare himself described the drama of man in Hamlet in even fewer than that. Now, that's it. That's the review. And what he's referring to is the fact that there were just a lot of words in this play that could have been reduced to a few sentences. I actually went online and studied. Apparently, this is called the myth of cabbage. And we find this, if you type it in Google, you'll come across it. There was a lot of this. And in fact, Republicans are still using it today in the current Trump-Harris debate. Some senators cited it on the Congress floor about how some speech that someone gave was 26,911 words, exactly the same number. So it's one of these urban myths about the price of cabbage. But that came from the leftists. And I think even whether you're right-wing in France or left-wing in France, you were just pretty bored. At least in 1952. Absolutely. Thank you.
John, Cornelia was wondering whether it was the same Miller the man was writing about. Are you sure it was the same Arthur Miller that the conference is about? He couldn't probably hear me. Well, that's for the best. Anyway, we're traveling south now to Italy to greet Alessandro Clericuzio, who might well be the busiest man on the continent. And I'm not exaggerating. Alessandro, how are you? So good to see you after so many years.
We haven't seen in a long time.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the sound is quite broken. I cannot hear you very well. I hope you guys can hear me better than I can hear.
We do. Yeah. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Death of a Salesman in Italy is indelibly tied to the name of Luchino Visconti, as you may know, who put it on in 1951 with some of the greatest performers of the time. Critics of the older generation who have witnessed it always confirmed it was positively a masterpiece of dramatic art, the felicitous encounter of a script, a director, and a cast. For this reason, the play was staged more often in the 21st century than in the decades following Visconti's production, probably for fear of a comparison. After his first feature film in 1943, Ossessione, Visconti was forced to give up film direction because Cinecittà Studios in Rome were being used as a shelter for war refugees. So he turned to theater, which had been his original occupation. He was quite interested in American literature, being a man of the left who had seen it banned by fascism in the previous decade. His film Ossessione was based on James Cain's novel The Postman Always Rings Twice, which Visconti chose to set in the Pianura Padana, the Po Valley, thus showing a very early local approach to his material and to American literature. In 1946, he staged The Glass Menagerie, and in 1949, A Streetcar Named Desire by Williams, and was already planning to work on Miller's play, which he directed in Rome 2 years later. Though at the beginning, he was slightly worried about a possibly negative reaction by the audience. Instead, it immediately proved a great success. And some years later, Visconti himself commented on the production with these words, quote, "Directing Death of a Salesman was a deep experience for me. It happens rarely in contemporary theater to find such a true and authentic text like Arthur Miller's. Only everyday things happen in the play. The only words spoken are those that common people speak all the time, everywhere, at home or in the streets." End of quote. With Ossessione, Visconti was setting the new film language of neorealismo, and was attracted to this element in Miller's play, in spite of the technical devices meant to make the flashbacks believable. So much so that he made a comparison with Tennessee Williams' theater. I'm quoting again, "Everything here is straightforward, immediate, not filtered by the author's lyricism, as happens in the Tennessee Williams plays that I have directed. In Williams, the filter of the author's sensitivity transforms reality, even though, for both authors, the starting point is material reality." End of quote. One more remark regarding the different reception in the 1950s and in the 21st century. At the time of the first staging, the play was interpreted by most critics as the surprising demise of American power and strength as a culture per se. You know, the winners of the war, the kings of pragmatism, were showing the dark and weak face of their identity. In recent productions, most commentators, including actors and directors of the play, have focused on the tragedy of Willie the man as an epitome of modern men in general. One more difference between the early production and contemporary ones is that much more attention was given in the past to Willie's adultery, an episode that was often compared to a similar situation in Luigi Pirandello's Six Characters in Search of an Author, that played in 1921 and was one of the first portraits of middle-class sexual mores. The other plays by Miller, that have been staged in Italy quite frequently are The Crucible and A View from the Bridge, that was also directed by Visconti. And this is it for now.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Alessandro. Can you hear me? Yeah, yes. Yeah, barely. Okay, so we're coming back to America briefly and to Brazil, specifically to say hi to Esther Marinho. Esther, I think you were there. I saw you just a minute ago. Esther.
So the sound is very broken. Is it me?
Yeah, that's you.
No, it's all of us.
Okay.
Esther.
Okay.
Hi.
So it's my turn now?
Yeah,
Is that it?
It is.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. So I'm sorry because the sound is very broken. So hello, everybody. So I prepared a very simple and concise PPT presentation. Can I share it so you can have some photos to take a look at? Okay.
Esther, that looks good. It's coming up.
Okay. Can you see it?
Yep, we can see it just fine.
Okay. All right. So Death of a Salesman was first produced in Brazil in 1951, 2 years after its American premiere. Hailed by the leading theater critic Sabato Magaldi as, I quote, one of the most important and decisive moments of Brazilian stages, end of quotation, it marked the first professional production of a Miller play in the country, while reflecting and catalyzing drastic formal and thematic shifts on our stages. In the role of Willie Loman, Jaime Costa, renowned for his simplistic, stereotypical roles in light comedies, operettas, and commercial shows, surprised critics and audiences alike by delivering a touching, delicate, deeply nuanced performance. His portrayal symbolized the contemporary transition towards a new kind of theater, one that replaced the traditional star-centered commercial comedies, such as his own, the Jaime Costa Company, with directors who envisioned aesthetic experimentations, playwrights who saw their texts as literary works, and actors who invested in more realistic acting styles for diverse kinds of roles. Despite the acclaim for Death of a Salesman, Jaime Costa's subsequent projects failed to be equally innovative and successful, and his career progressively declined. Like William Loman, Jaime Costa himself seemed an obsolete, replaceable figure. In 1962, Teatro Brasileiro de Comédia, or TBC, let's call it like that, a company based on the imperative of transforming the artistic heritage represented by the likes of Jaime Costa, mounted another major production of the play. Directed by Flávio Rangel, one of the most prominent directors of his generation, the play was interpreted as, I quote, in Flávio Rangel's words, a tale of tragic heroes of our times. So not just an American tragic hero, but also, potentially Brazilian tragic hero as well. And Miller was celebrated as the most relevant living American playwright. Over the years, Death of a Salesman gained other iconic local productions, some of which I'm showing here, not all of them, but some, including a television adaptation for Globo Channel with Jaime Costa once again, Featuring major actors playing Willie, these productions were regarded by professionals as opportunities to showcase their talents and excel in their acting, and by audiences as chances of witnessing these great actors playing a challenging role in a play that soon came to be considered a 20th century classic. However, no major professional productions have been staged in Brazil in the last 10 years, I would say. And then very briefly, I would just like to add that American theater is not in general systematically taught in Brazil, definitely not in high school because of a clear language barrier, and not very frequently in performing arts schools either. Nevertheless, courses particularly dedicated to the theater of the US or English language drama in broader terms may be offered in literature undergraduate or graduate programs. And in these contexts, Miller is a prominent name after Tennessee Williams, with Death of a Salesman or The Crucible being the most commonly studied works, The Crucible much more, I would say. I first read Death of a Salesman when I was an undergraduate student back in 20 something. So the play was part of a course on 20th century American drama, where it was primarily presented as a Broadway hit on the one hand, and then on the other hand, as a frontal attack on typical American issues, such as the inconsistencies in the so-called American way of life, the dynamics of capitalist consumerism, and the American middle class belief in socioeconomic success as an attainable and necessary goal. Nowadays, however, Death of a Salesman is no longer as central as it once was. So in recent years, there has been a marked shift towards prioritizing Brazilian playwrights, either established ones or newcomers, emerging playwrights, as well as focusing on themes that are more directly aligned with contemporary Brazilian realities. And there has also been a growing interest in Latin American theater rather than US theater. We can also talk about other factors. I have some ideas about why Miller is not as popular nowadays as he was back in the 1950s and 60s here, but we can discuss these questions later on. I don't want to take a lot of time here, so that's it for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now we have one more continent that we need to go to. I don't know if Ambika is, yeah, I think I can see her. Ambika, nice to see you. Hello, can you hear me?
Is this my name being
announced?
Yeah.
Yes.
So I'll just put my phone on silent. And in case my son keeps running in between the presentation, because I have a toddler, and even though somebody else is seeing him right now, but if he keeps running and like interrupts the presentation, I apologize in advance. So hi everyone. For context, I would like to give you a little bit of a background of the Indian background, I must say. India is a land of multiple languages. There are 22 languages recognized by the Constitution of India as of 2024. And then there are several other additional regional languages and dialects that change every few kilometers. English is one of our official languages alongside our main language, Hindi, which is the language that I also speak at home. Death of a Salesman has been adapted in different languages in India. While I was researching the reception of Arthur Miller's Pulitzer Salesman in the multicultural Indian context, I realized that the play has been chiefly performed in English, Hindi, and Bengali. And even though the play is extremely important and a part of the Indian college education and is widely performed in Indian schools and colleges, both in its original version and adaptations that are suited and more localized for the contemporary Indian context, where regional flavors are added to the script and characters more localized. There's little information about the play's reception in the form of reviews or discussions that are available in public domain. So in short, researching the play and its reception in the Indian scenario has been a bit of a challenge for me. More so because I am a researcher who specializes in the later plays of Arthur Miller. So I never realized that this was the state of the play, of this older play in the Indian scenario. So there hasn't been much information that I could, explore. It's like if you Google it, if you look into different performances, you would find the names of the performances, you would find the names of the people who acted in the play or directed the play, or maybe a little bit of the reviews here and there. But an actual exploration is something that needs to be done. And maybe given my nationality and where I'm placed, I think I should do something about it, which hasn't been done so far. So I got introduced to the play as part of my bachelor's curriculum. It is a part of almost every English department's curriculum in India. And a lot of people know Arthur Miller and know the play, but beyond that, no. Like there isn't a proper full-grown research about it in the Indian, Indian meaning, as in an adaptation that is giving it a more regional or Indian flavor. That kind of research is yet to be done. So when I speak to you, I speak with you at this point with knowledge that is there available in the public domain, but so it is still a little bit of fragmented knowledge. Even while I'm speaking with you, the play is so famous that even while we speak, there must be some Indian student reading the play or using a quote from the play or rehearsing it for the school's annual function. But still, a lot needs to be done. Given how famous and relevant it is not possible to speak of Salesman and Miller from the Indian point of view without mentioning the English language theatre giant in India, Ali Padamsee, a theatre director and actor who you may all know from his role as Muhammad Ali Jinnah in Richard Attenborough's epic biographic pic, Gandhi. When Padamsee passed away at the age of 19 in 2018, one of his obituary columns in the news publication was titled Death of a Salesman. So his name was synonymous with being salesman in India, but his theatre was mostly English, and there was little localization that was done. It was mostly the original play script that was used in his productions. He was absolutely connected with his role of Willy Loman in the various productions of the play in India and abroad. He first played the role of Willy Loman in the 1960s and then also directed the play in the 70s and 80s. His latest before his death was 2014 production in which he again played Willy Loman, and he was received very well. The play was a success. Quoting Padamsee directly from one of his interviews, this play was written in the 1940s, but the impact of Salesman is still as powerful as when it was first produced. Indian audiences relate very much to dramas about family situations. Furthermore, it is a play about recession, which is now affecting India. Well, when are we completely free of recession? Padamsee often kept the original play script, as I mentioned, but made characters more contemporary. As I mentioned earlier as well, his theatre was done primarily in the English language using the original American intonations. In another interview, he said, Death of a Salesman is about an American Jewish family, but it could be about any family in the world. It is really amazing how relevant it is to India. It has a relevance to us as family members or anything in our lives in Mumbai, Kolkata, or Delhi. In the Hindi language, the play has been extensively adapted and performed as titled Salesman Ramlal, Ramlal being a common old style Indian given name for a male, directed by Feroz Khan, an adaptation where popular film director and comedian Satish Kaushik, who's also dead now, he passed away last year, played Willy Loman. It tells the story of an elderly man who had just been let go at a company and is unable to pay his monthly installments, is sad about the sons not doing very well. This is a theme, I guess, that does very well in India because most Indian middle class parents are sad and upset about their children not doing very well. So this was the main emphasis of the play. Surprisingly, even Satish Kaushik, this actor's obituary column, read, R.I.P. Satish Kaushik, this is the salesman who reinvented himself again and again. I'm adding these details here to emphasize the kind of impact Miller's character had on the personal lives of the main actors who performed these roles. I came across 3 other important adaptations of the play. In Hindi, I found a play which is called Ek Sapne Ki Maut. It translates directly to English as The Death of a Dream. And 2 other Bengali adaptations of the play titled Salesman or Shongshor by Anjan Dutt, a very renowned Bengali director. It loosely translates to, and I apologize for poor Bengali pronunciation because it's not my language. So salesman or shongshor means a salesman's family or a salesman's domestic life. But the exact meaning of the Bengali word shongshor is the metaphysical cycle of life. So it is the metaphysical cycle of life that includes the space and time of the cosmos that the director wants to emphasize here, which is why the name is so. Another Bengali adaptation, another important one, I must say, is Nandikar by Nandikar. It is called Feriwalar Mrityu. Mrityu means death, and Feriwalar means a salesman, a road salesman rather, like a peddler. So I don't know why they use the word feriwala here because it does not mean the kind of salesman that Willy Loman was. Feriwala is more of a road salesman, a peddler who's going place to place. But I don't know, maybe I think that Willy Loman was a slightly more well-to-do salesman than what we see on the roads in India, who are roaming one place to another. I know Willy Loman also moved about and sold things, but I don't know, it's like kind of, in terms of the language, I'm trying to emphasize that it's difficult to, because if you know the actual play, it's very difficult to see their meaning and how people are like using words differently in the Indian context. What I noticed as a pattern though is that whenever there has been an adaptation in Hindi, the directors avoided using Death of a Salesman directly as the title. Like they would say his dream's death or hold a great value in India because it is about a household which is not very different from ours, a middle class Indian family struggling with issues and repression and emotions, the relationship between the couple and the struggle between the father and sons. It is a very common theme and it is very relatable as a play. It's a family whose dreams and aspirations are annihilated by harsh realities like capitalism, and which is very much visible in the Indian homes as well. So that's it from my side. Thank you so much. The play holds great value, and whether it is the feriwala who I see on the road, I just can't, I'm sorry, but it's so difficult for me to think of this person selling things on the road as Willy Loman. But language is language, and since the play has been translated into several languages in India, it shows its value, its the kind of relevance and respect that the play has. So research sure needs to be done because what I see is very poor secondary material available on the productions. And every school's annual function and college annual function has some version of Death of a Salesman. So why not? Maybe I should do something. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambika. I don't know whether you can hear me, but anyway, we're finishing this virtual journey in Europe, which is where we started, and now we're going to the Czech Republic to meet Thomas. I'm going to pronounce it in a terrible way, but you can probably pronounce it better than I can. Thomas, can you try? Can you hear me to begin with?
I heard my first name, I think, so I hope I can start. Thanks for the introduction. Good morning to Roxbury. Good afternoon to the rest of the world. So I would like to follow up on a lot what Cornelia already said, because there are a lot of overlaps. But before I get there, maybe just generally, I would say that Arthur Miller is as known just as American drama is known in general. Like, he would be considered the canonical writer in my country when talking about American playwriting. Now, that may mean that it's already a niche thing in itself. I was quite, well, there's one thing that makes him quite popular. If you enter, Arthur Miller, Czechoslovakia, or the Czech Republic, you will probably find in Google quite a lot of pictures with him and Václav Havel, who is the playwright who then became the president of the country. And so whenever I go to any place like this one, I have this advantage that our president was a playwright. So whoever was his personal friend or acquaintance kind of was introduced into the country's cultural milieu, so to speak. But of course, there's this visit of Miller to Prague in 1968 and his engagement with the pen. So on the one hand, his acquaintance with the dissidents was also a pain in the side of the critics. I was quite surprised to find out that Death of a Salesman is actually the most produced play in the country. I was able to count as many as 30 professional productions. I will just compare it to 20 professional productions of The Crucible and 25 of All My Sons, which may be surprising, but 18 out of those 25 were done in 1948 before Miller was put on a waiting list, so to speak. And we were waiting for the guys from Moscow and St. Petersburg to let him back, right? So this is actually exactly what happened. The premiere was in 1959. Our communist censors had the same issues with Miller, like Cornelia already talked about, a different or maybe wrong kind of communist, if you will. And then his criticism of the Soviet invasion into the country. So if you look at the number of productions of Miller plays and Death of a Salesman, you have these two waves, so to speak, like a lacuna in the 50s and another one in the 60s and 70s, and then it's like dispersed after 1989, when again, there was a lot of optimism and pro-American sentiment in the country in the 90s especially. So it would be rather something like A View from the Bridge or other plays that would be done rather than Death of a Salesman. As far as teaching Miller at universities, I'm trying to do my best and feed Miller in their English to our English students. But I have to alternate it with other plays, so we'll see. But I'm trying there. I would like to focus on three productions, maybe. The first one would be the 1959. That was quite quick, as quickly as the Soviet ones. So that's something. It was done by the best people in the theater of that time, who were still there. It had Karel Heger, who was this like superstar actor as Willie, as well as young and up and coming actors who would become national stars later, as Biff and Happy and so on. I think that what's interesting is that the stage designer was Josef Svoboda, who was this stage designer who brought abstract stage design to Broadway later. So we have some really important people working on this. I found a real gem in the archives, and that's a 1963 film that was shot at the National Theatre and then cut into a 44-minute version. And it's really fascinating because what was left from the play in that 44-minute running time is only the American business, dog-eat-dog nature, consumerist worries, a lot of counting, Cornelia, by the way, a lot of counting. They were Linda is counting a lot, the mortgage and so on. We have all that, and Willie's real worries for his existence. We don't get anything about the woman. We don't get anything about sports. And we also get that argument that he has when he is losing his job. We don't have the strudel scene, for example, and so on. And we also do get the urbanization, how Willie is complaining that he can't grow his carrots anymore. So this is a time when we have one TV program, it's national television, and it's an American play. And this is what the country was fed with. I find it really fascinating. I think the cuts made something like 70% of the play. I can show you, I kind of visualized it, but it's not that crucial now. So that would be the 1959/1963 TV. Now, 1994 was the year when the film was screened. And interestingly, and I remember that's my first experience, so let me share that with you if you don't mind. We had the first commercial TV station, big thing in the country. It was called TV Nova. And they had what they called the Saturday feature film. And the first, or one of the first, I'm not so sure, and I couldn't find it, feature films was Death of a Salesman with Dustin Hoffman. Now, this was really advertised like we are going to do not only commercial, but also quality TV, and a lot of talk about it. It was like a big national event, really. And that film was, shown on, I don't know, Sunday night or something like that. A really big thing and an interesting choice, honestly, for topic-wise. So I remember that. My aunt was an English teacher, and she made me watch it. Yeah, and little did I know that I will get back to it 30 years later. The last thing, there is actually one production now of Death of a Salesman. It started in 2019, and because of our system, it's only done once or twice a month. What I really find interesting is that Willie is done by this actor whose name is Miroslav Donutil, and he's like a superstar actor who made it really big in the 90s. He had his shows, he had his TV show, he was in great films, like everybody knows him, especially like my mother's generation would be like crazy about Miroslav. And I heard from my colleagues in the theater that somebody told him that he kind of ruined his career by being this comical actor. So what Mr. Donutil started doing, when he turned something like 70, he started to redeem himself for the future of theater criticism. And he started doing serious things. And his role in the theater now is Willy Loman. It's probably something that he, as this national, nation famous actor, considers the role to redeem his career. I find it fascinating, and it's got 90% approval ratings from the audiences. Now I don't know if it's because of him, because he's still so sexy, or it's because of the play, but it's one or the other, and you can't distinguish between the role and the actor. I think so. So there's 3 more performances in the next month. I think I will go and see it again. I wanted to do it before this meeting, but I couldn't. So I saw it years ago. It was, of course, interrupted by COVID and so on, and then they had to catch up. But if you wanted, or if you came to Prague, you could go and see a show of Death of a Salesman with a stage that you'd probably find really surprising and very unlike Joe Milzeiner's design. So, but that's only natural. Okay, so that's it from me, and thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas.
I need to stop now for just 1 second. We've been hearing that Death of a Salesman is a play that was popular in some countries years ago, maybe not anymore, which might, make us leave this room with the somewhat pessimistic idea that we're facing a play that is past its prime. On the other hand, we're looking at a screen with plenty of young people and young scholars from different countries who are studying Miller and who are interested in bringing Miller to the attention of younger people, etc. So I guess that is a reason for hope, as is the fact that younger students, real students, who are exposed to the play, generally speaking, find it interesting, find it relevant. And because they are the future, I wanted to end this session with 2 such people from Spain, the country that I'm coming from. The first one is Maria Ogaya. These people we have listened to so far, our old scholars. These are not scholars. These are undergraduate students, probably. I'm hoping that the 2 of them will be scholars in the future, but they're not yet. But it seemed to me important to hear their opinions and their views of Death of a Salesman, because after all, depending on what they think and other people of their generation think about this play, there will be or there will not be a future for it. So starting with Maria Ogaya, who is, as I say, from Spain. Maria, hello,
Hi.
How are you?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, so first of all, thank you for allowing me to be here today. I wanted to focus on the relationship that I've seen with the Spanish youth and some topics that I found in the play. So as I was reading Death of a Salesman for the purpose of this conversation, I started to be aware of the abundant similarities with certain behaviors exhibited by people of my age. It was especially during Act 1 that I saw how Willy Loman's ideas, these fantasies about the self-made man, have been passed on from generation to generation. In Spanish media, there is a great variety of content dedicated not only to the promotion of these ideals, but to the enforcement of them. I see every day young men adopting this philosophy of meritocratic improvement of status. They dedicate their lives to a highly unattainable purpose, which leads me to wonder what will happen to them when they inevitably fail. I believe that Death of a Salesman is an eye-opener play. I feel like the youth have a tendency of approaching classics in a very educational way. We tend to see them as pieces to be studied rather than enjoyed. However, the thing with literature, especially theater, is that one cannot possibly approach them as we might approach a history book, because literature, and it's a good one, transcends to a deeper level of meaning. In the case of Death of a Salesman, we do not only find a story, but a mirror that forces the audience to face the flaws of not only a faulty system, but a faulty mindset. That's why I believe that Death of a Salesman continues and will continue to be relevant, because I see people of all ages agreeing with the ideas of Willy Loman, firmly believing that the meaning of their lives lies in escalating an immovable system. So that's the main reason that made me be of the opinion that reading, studying, and performing Death of a Salesman is truly necessary. And that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. And we're finishing with Isabel Lobo, not finishing the session, finishing the round of speakers. I can't see Isabel.
Hi, can you see me? Hello.
Not really.
Okay.
So we would like to see you.
I just cannot hear you very well.
You can't hear me.
Isabel, there you are.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great.
Now we see you. Great.
Well,
Hi.
fantastic. First of all, I'm so grateful to be part of this discussion today, and I want to thank Professor Espejo for this opportunity.
Well, I want to talk a little bit about my first impression while reading the play, which was actually last year. While I was reading this play, I noticed the fact that Willis' obsession with the pursuit of the American dream was closely related to his aim to embody the masculine ideal of the time. He wanted to become an idealized model for his sons by being well liked. However, the more he tried to follow his quest, the more he grew apart from his family. Not only was he physically away, but also emotionally. This is a pattern that I have personally observed many times in my country of origin, Spain, especially in the south, Seville, where I'm from. We as a society have a very traditional view on gender roles, which puts men under a lot of pressure to be a provider, while leaving women with the burden of managing men's emotional troubles, which is the case of Linda Lohman in the story. Therefore, I consider this play to be some kind of universal cautionary tale that warns us about the dangers of trying to achieve an impossible goal, whether it is the American dream, capitalism as an ideal, or the idea of masculinity. That would be basically my my opinion about the play, and that is why I feel like its message is a universal one that transcends time and countries and different types of barriers, and helps us to basically see ourselves in the play, no matter where we are from. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Isabel. Thank you, everyone. We're not doing great on time, but we have 15 minutes left, so at least we are going to have some discussion. I have lots of questions and lots of things have been written down and short, so has Cornelia. But since the time is limited, I'd like to offer you the chance to ask. I don't know whether they will be, or all of them will be able to hear us, but we'll do our best.
I'll repeat the question.
Okay,
back.
great.
Yep.
So
Repeat
if
the
you,
questions from the audience back to you.
okay. So I was wondering, I mean, do you have questions or things you'd like them to comment on? Specific things. We have a roster of international scholars and soon to be scholars waiting to answer our questions. So if you have anything to say, I'm sure they'll be glad to oblige. So anything.
I'm going to be asking you for some of their emails to get in touch with them to follow up on some of the things they said, but I don't have a question just now.
Okay, so would you translate that? Yeah.
So there's a lot of enthusiasm to get some emails for follow-up questions, so be prepared.
Questions?
Yes.
I'd like to ask Cornelia about the process of censorship and rewriting these plays. Was this done by wannabe playwrights or by political functionaries or both? How did that work?
So to repeat the question,
How was
who
censorship?
did the translations of the plays that Cornelia was addressing? Who were they? Were they students, scholars, just anybody who did the translations?
Thank you. From what I've read, because I haven't witnessed it in 1964, they always had loyal translators, so to say, that they would pick on, not people from the university, not really the best translators. So there is a drama censorship committee that approves of titles first. This was not a problem to be approved because Miller was already popular with Oh My Sons and The Crucible. So I guess the plays approved first, then it's assigned to somebody, but I'm sure this was a loyal kind of translator to translate. And then it's an anonymous group, probably, because in the Albanian case, there was no name of the translator even. And the critics were anonymous, giving guidelines. Whereas in the Bulgarian case, we have a director's name, we have a translator's name, we have every critic has come up with his or her name. So there are degrees of screening. I don't know how they exactly work, but I guess it's this whole group of people starting with monitoring the translation, then monitoring the production. If they don't like it, they put pressure on the director, and they do not allow it before they reinterpret it or whatever, before they open it to the public. And then they manipulate the public through all sorts of critical reviews surrounding the interpretation, through the theater notes, which used to be very long at the time. They're about 10 pages, sort of giving you highlights, how to interpret it. So I don't know precisely in this case how it worked, but from what I've seen, it was a combination, because there was a whole drama department, translation drama department that was universal. This is all translations were approved of there and then distributed to various stages all over the country. So I guess it worked on several levels, and sometimes, at least in Albania, from what I know, the dictator himself had to give the green light, had to attend and see. Whereas at home, I haven't, when I was, my first impressions of going to the theater, I didn't see any political dignitaries there, but I know that they worked with the theater beforehand. Okay.
Yeah. Gentlemen. Can you summarize that for?
Oh, gosh.
See, just yes. She answered yes.
Yes,
Complicated.
There were translations and it was complicated.
A number of levels.
Yes.
I have a question. It seems to me, as I hear all these various countries and their reactions, how difficult it is to take a play like this to foreign countries. For instance, if you take it to France, where maybe I'm generalizing, having a mistress or something else is not that uncommon, whereas in America, when he walks in and finds his father in that scene, it becomes absolutely traumatic. And then there's a certain period of time in America, and in much of Europe, people are socially have more security in their job. Whereas in America at that time, as we see, here's a man 35 years in a country working for a job, and he's thrown out. And it was a certain period. So my question is, why would a lot of these countries relate, and I see a lot of them did, why would they relate to this type of thing that was really quite special in America?
So the question is basically, say more. Why would Death of a Salesman culturally, when it comes to someone having a mistress, or if the economy is doing great, why still could you encapsulate that Death of a Salesman resonates in some of those deeper, more nuanced cultural levels? And the example of France, if you have a mistress or take a lover in France, maybe there's something more socially. I'm repeating the question, not yeah. So yeah.
What is it? It's in France. It's more socially acceptable. Is that?
Yes.
That's the point. That's the thing.
Not my words.
How many last presidents had their
That's what I heard.
mistresses at their
Go
funerals?
ahead.
Out of all of the cultures, I think that's what I've heard about the French culture. That's okay.
You know, the president riding in the back of a moped with his lover. Yeah. I think. I mean, again, I didn't. The fear that I'd had going into the project, and Emily and I are just we're just starting to scrape through. So I haven't even seen the scripts. I can't even tell you what's been edited or censored, anything like that. I think only when we get to the archives, and there are dozens of archives for us to actually go through, will we see the actual script that was performed in 1952. Perhaps I can find one on eBay, France, for sale somewhere, if it was ever published. The thing, I mean, Emily, you're French, all right? I'm coming with an American who's been in France now 25 years, so I'm still going to give you my bias from the American side of it. But from what I've seen of my French culture here is that, I mean, there is that love of American, but sort of like you love your, I don't know, more simple brother or sister, you know, they need help, they're good-hearted, but, and Death of a Salesman, in the reviews that I read, it was sort of that way. It was like, it's good the Americans are finally getting here, but Europe, we've been here, you know, a lot longer than that. And I think and that was in 52, and I don't know what it would be like today, but I can't imagine the reviews would be any more positive in terms of the content of the play.
John.
Because it just seems old, not out of fashion with a French naturalistic mentality. I'll stop there.
So, I'd like to thank all our panelists. There's still food outside for you to enjoy. Bathrooms are out
Thank
again.
you.
We'll come back
Thank you.
to pursue out the Keynote address. address. Our keynote address is to be delivered by someone very special to the Arthur Miller Society. Susan Abbottson teaches in the English department at Rhode Island College, specializing in modern and contemporary drama. She is a leading scholar on Arthur Miller, with many published articles, as well as books such as A Critical Companion to Arthur Miller and Student Companion to Arthur Miller. She also wrote Understanding Death of the Salesman with Brenda Murphy and edited the recent series of 12 student editions of Miller's plays for Methuen. She has been president of the Arthur Miller Society, currently serves on our board, and manages our website. She's currently working on 2 more Miller volumes, Arthur Miller in Context, a collection of original essays she's co-editing with Josh Pauls for Cambridge University, and a monograph, The Critical Reception of Arthur Miller. She is the performance review editor of the Arthur Miller Journal and makes my job as editor much easier. Her address is entitled, Why Arthur Miller is the Best American Playwright and Death of a Salesman is His Best Play. Sue.
And I'm going to bookend my talk with quotes from Christopher Bixby and Brenda Murphy as 2 of the most important leading Miller scholars that everyone should read. While my title here may not seem that controversial in the world of theatre studies, for some, it is tantamount to outright heresy. As Chris Bixby, leading theatre scholar, points out, there have always been a number of American critics in particular who have never ceased dismissing Miller as a lightweight, a simple realist, resistant to experiment, and an unrepentant critic of the American way. A ridiculous claim on all accounts. But even while he may not have ever been the most feted American dramatist, no Nobel Prize like Eugene O'Neill, or multiple Pulitzer Prizes like Tennessee Williams or Edward Albee, he really is far more produced in the US than these others. Really, I keep tabs on the DPS website for licenses. And he is more frequently taught in US high schools and colleges, not the least because he's in all the play anthologies. And I would contend, continues to have far more relevance to the social, political concerns of our current lives. As Sandra Moore Coleman so succinctly put it back in 2016, plays that last are those that continue to resonate with the culture because they root eternal struggle in the smaller, more specific everydayness of life. Death of a Salesman, she notes, speaks particularly to the American experience even now, 67 years after its debut. The continued surge in productions of Death of a Salesman fully supports such claims, and Salesman has never been a play that one could honestly view as lightweight, realistic, or unrepentantly critical of the American way. Despite its exposure of many faults and inequities in US society, it also promotes Miller's lifelong belief in American potential and possibility. The play also provides the purest touchstone to Miller's lifelong commitment to theatrical experimentation. Even though his 1950s expose of politics and power, The Crucible, is more often produced than Salesman, during witching season, it is less groundbreaking and influential than this earlier play, and so less interesting to me as a potential candidate for America's greatest play. But first, why I believe Mr. Miller to be so special. Since his Centennial, and even before that, as you see here, and I'm not going to read them out, you're all capable of reading yourselves. As you see here, many fellow writers have weighed in on what they feel is Miller's importance. But why I think Miller's work is so important and so often produced is its strong, universal human resonance and breadth of subject. As Ben Brantley points out, Miller makes us look and listen and feel the problems and pains of others as if they were our own. Miller wrote about things that mattered on both a microcosmic and a macrocosmic level. He wrote about families and the societies of which they are a part. While his individual characters resonate in the audience's memory, he never presents them disconnected from the ongoing society to which they are inextricably bound. And so his plays become larger than mere snapshots in time. He dove to the heart of human nature in all of its horror and glory, its capacity for love and sacrifice, as well as denial and betrayal, its comedy and its tragedy. As the actor Anthony Sher once explained, Miller writes about the experience of being human in a very raw but very compassionate way. We recognize ourselves in his characters, and that's a timeless thing. Sher continues, in this respect, Miller is like Shakespeare. You don't need an excuse to do Hamlet or King Lear. Contemporary circumstances don't need to be right to make these plays relevant. I feel the same about Miller's work. Interesting comparison. Besides Shakespeare, only one other author, and that is Arthur Miller, showed up more than once among the top 10 texts chosen by AP English Lit students. The director of Britain's National Theatre once commented that while Shakespeare might have the primary cultural impact even above God, Miller comes in somewhere in the middle. While Brits like myself have always adored Miller, his greatness has been less acknowledged in his homeland. Some feel because he's been too critical of America in his work. But while his tendency towards the critical is indubitably true, it is only out of a fierce love of democracy, a belief in American potential, and the desire to make the country better. Others have suggested that his marriage to Miss Marilyn Monroe was what most poisoned the US well of approval. Miller was haunted by Marilyn, and her ghost hovers behind many of his characters, from Abigail in The Crucible to Kitty in his final play, Finishing the Picture. Great title for a final play, right? Even though it is clear he loved the woman and her marriage to him was the longest and healthiest of her three, he also had the audacity to suggest she was not perfect to a nation that had decided to deify the woman after her untimely but seemingly inevitable death. Despite a critical falling off during his mid-years, Miller continued to experiment as he had done from the beginning of his career, constantly trying out new ideas rather than simply rewrite the same kind of play. In the best tradition of modern drama, he always addressed real issues using real people in real situations. But he also strove to incorporate new techniques into his overall design to allow his plays to remain fresh and exciting to produce and watch. But it's not just audiences who enjoy Miller's drama, but also those who create the performances. Directors, actors, and designers all jump at the chance to do a Miller play, often returning to try further scripts. And it is not insignificant that 7 Shakespeare companies now find themselves including a Miller play on their roster. As Bixby observes, even after the centennial celebrations of Miller's life pass out of memory, his plays will not, being reimagined, reinvented, and embraced by every generation in every country, not so much as relics from a bygone age, but as urgent messages about who we are and the world in which we live. Marrying the serious social intent of O'Neill's earlier plays to the poetic lyricism of Tennessee Williams and the inventive stage design of Thornton Wilder, Miller created a series of plays that age cannot wither nor custom stale their infinite variety. While O'Neill played with genre, Miller tried to invent a new one. He took the earthy, common people he'd met in the early work of Clifford Odets and morphed their colorful, colloquial speech against the more refined Southern poetics of his main rival and friend, Tennessee Williams, and created a poetic dialogue of his own. Indeed, quite frequently, he began by writing his plays out in verse form, only later converting this to apparent prose. Miller was not just writing dialogue, but words to be remembered. And as he had Linda Lohman eloquently insist back in 1949, attention must be paid. Engaging with Henrik Ibsen, one of his strongest influences, Miller covered up the playwright's more questionable beliefs in the superiority of some individuals over others in his own translation of Enemy of the People, by having Thomas Stockman insightfully declare, "The majority is never right until the majority does right." And then there is Miller's take on the specter of the Holocaust given to Quentin in After the Fall. "Who can be innocent again on this mountain of skulls," Quentin says. Or Miller's awareness of humankind's seemingly intrinsic desire to scapegoat in the incident at Vichy. "Each man has his due, it is the other." While his later plays have had less attention, despite Linda Lohman's direction, they nonetheless contain more such gems. Sylvia Gelberg in Broken Glass, commenting on a life wasted in self-denial. "A whole life," she says, "gave it away like a couple of pennies. I took better care of my shoes." or the elderly Mr. Peters from Mr. Peters' Connections in 1998, musing on the sorry state of the world and people's capacity to avoid taking responsibility for their own lives. God is precisely what is not there when you need him. Miller wrote through to his death in 2005, and he left us with more than 24 plays. While mostly set in America and heavily influenced by American politics and events, the power of his plays also stretches far, far further than American shores, proven by the numerous productions of his work from around the globe. Miller produced drama that goes beyond diversion or entertainment to seriously address key social, moral, and political issues that affect all of humanity, and yet also remains great theatre. For Miller, art has only ever been of use when it tries to change society for the better, and all of his plays have this aim at heart. And this directive leads to a deeper bond between play and audience, as his dramas challenge us to be better. As the quiet voice of Bessie at the heart of 1991's The Ride Down Mount Morgan reminds us, there are other people. It is hard to leave a performance of a Miller play without being changed, and that is what makes for effective drama. All My Sons teaches us of our responsibility to others, just as Death of a Salesman teaches us about our responsibility to ourselves. The Crucible's ability to span from 1692 Salem to current times implies a study of the nature of society itself, which is what gives it its special universal relevance, conveying striking lessons on the responsible role of authority and the rights and needs of the individual, which speak to people who have never heard of Salem or of Senator McCarthy. A view from a bridge through the stage directions alone creates a graphic depiction of obsession, and it also has those interesting underlying commentaries on both US immigration and homosexuality. Nothing is ever simple in a Miller play, and The Price and Ride Down Mount Morgan determinedly balance conflicting ideologies to the point one cannot comfortably take sides. In one, he presents us with two brothers with opposing drives and beliefs, and the other, a man who has two wives competing over him. In neither case are we allowed to be sure whose side to take. Broken Glass, with its 1938 relation of a failing marriage against the American response to news of the Holocaust, offers a chilling tale of sympathy and the dangers of its lack. And then there are plays like Incident of Vichy or Archbishop Sealing and Resurrection Blues, while taking place on foreign shores, still speak to universal concerns regarding racism, government surveillance, and the overblown power of the media. Resurrection Blues actually features an American television crew paying a South American dictator to let them film him crucifying the possible second coming of the Messiah. Wow. Miller wrote right up to the end of his life and left us with a wonderful legacy from which to explore the intricacies of what it means to be human and humane. What could possibly be more important than that? But what makes Salesman his best? After all, written in 1948, when Miller was only 33 years old, although already a successful playwright at the top of his game, what allows him to have a clue about what is going on inside the head of a washed-up, more than 60-year-old salesman about to go out in a blaze of glory? And yet, not a note of the play rings false. The play is inextricable from his own life, much of it drawn from the experiences of people he knew closely. He had grown up around salesmen and knew the pressures they faced, and the struggling Loman family are closely based on Miller's own Uncle Manny and his wife and two adult sons. While Miller's plays are never quite autobiographical, he invests so much of the real world into them that they feel fully authentic. As Marcia Norman, the playwright, suggests, in writing about Willie Loman, Arthur Miller wrote about all of us, about our indestructible will to achieve our humanity, about our fear of being torn away from what and who we are in this world, about our fear of being displaced and forgotten. The play has the distinction of being the only drama to ever be selected by the Book of the Month Club, at times comic, yet also poetic and tragic, with a realistic veneer that made it easy to involve any audience. Salesman was a new type of serious drama that merged the forms of realism and expressionism to suggest new directions and possibilities for all American drama, as well as offering a challenge to previous definitions of tragedy. Since then, Salesman and Willie Loman have become part of our national conscience, often referenced or quoted in books and articles about all kinds of American concerns. And each new production of the play amazingly seems to almost have been written for the time and place for which it's produced. Who would have thought that a play about a hard worker being downsized as he struggles to make payments on his house would be as applicable to an audience in 2024 as it was in 1949, sadly. Though written 75 years ago, the play continues to remain relevant. The myriad ways in which this play is being produced bears testimony to its inherent strength and design, that it continues to succeed for the most part in so many different guises, raises it to a level achieved by few playwrights outside of Shakespeare. Despite not being his most produced play, Salesman is his most important, and its effectiveness as a human story, a cultural commentary, an engaging experience, and a tremendously successful theatrical experiment. Salesman has been produced repeatedly, now 6 times on Broadway, as well as every continent. And since its opening smash in 1949 that had them literally sobbing in the aisles, every actor worth his salt has wanted to try his hand at Willy Loman, just as they clamored to play Hamlet or King Lear. Miller tells us that Loman is in his 60s. In 1948, when the play is ostensibly set, the male life expectancy in the US was 64, though that's now risen to 80. Yay. But Willie is frequently played by much younger actors, as if the rigors of the role demanded a youthful vigor, which is also telling about the overwhelming pressure the actual Willy Loman must have felt. Several Willies, even the younger ones, have ended their runs early, claiming exhaustion. Of Philip Seymour Hoffman's turn as Willie in 2012, one friend claimed shortly after Hoffman's death, that play tortured him. When it was over, he said he wasn't going to act in the theater for a while, and it was his last stage performance. When Miller wrote the part of Willy Loman, he was imagining his uncle, Manny Newman, a small rooster of a man with a big personality. However, Elia Kazan, who directed that premiere production, saw Lee J. Cobb in the role. And while Miller was not initially sure, he later came to view Cobb's performance as one of the best. But he had to change a few lines to accommodate, as Cobb was a pretty large man. So the fellow workers now call him a walrus rather than the original shrimp. Cobb played Willie at the tender age of 37, with Mildred Dunn at 48 playing Linda. And it won rave reviews. Brooks Atkinson of the New York Times described his Willie as heroic, although Harold Klorman complained that once the director Elia Kazan had moved on, Cobb's portrayal became more self-indulgent, with an increased grandiosity and bravura that made the character a little too pompous. But exhausted, Cobb left the role fairly early in the run, just 9 months in. His repeat performance in a 1966 film version, again with Dunnock as Linda, perhaps benefited from him being older, now 54. And one reviewer spoke of the wordless eloquence of his performance, with Newsweek hailing the couple as the definitive Willie and Linda. And so they were for another decade. Going back to the premiere production, Gene Lockhart took over from Cobb for the 6 months after he left, followed by Albert Decker for another 4 months, who then passed it along to Thomas Mitchell to round out the 742 performances of that initial run. Each portrayed Willie in a slightly different fashion, but was successful in his own way. Atkinson felt that after Cobb's big and powerful portrayal, Lockhart, older, at 59, seemed pudgy and crumpled, but was still able to convey the actor's anguish effectively. Decker, at 45, had toured the role for the previous year and would go on to make the first television version in 19, which some reviewers felt was even better than the stage version they'd seen. The Times critic described Decker stumbling in speech and turning a massively brooding face towards the camera. He returned to scenes of crushing humiliation and desperate ambition with a haggard energy and retreated from them in abject exhaustion. Rod Steiger seems to have been a little too energetic to be fully credible in Britain's second stab at the TV version in BBC's Player of the Month in 1966, and his performance was disparagingly described as relentlessly explosive. He was 40, and though not seen as a failure, this version was not as lauded. People were not yet ready to see a more powerful Willie. Going back to the premiere stage version, many reviewers felt that Mitchell, at 58, just a year younger than Lockhart, added an intellectual element to the role, although Atkinson complained that he lightened the production too much, almost turning it at times into a folksy comedy. Audiences, however, kept going. In London, Kazan also directed the premiere there, but with a British cast. 16 years older than Cobb at 53, Paul Mooney was cast as Willie. While there was tension between he and Kazan, since Mooney despised the method acting of which Kazan was a champion, many saw Mooney's performance as an ideal, and he garnered excellent reviews, although Miller himself was not a big fan. Miller thought Mooney's performance was too studied and technical and needed more gut to it. Kazan liked the performance, but described Mooney's take on Willie as having a Chaplin-esque, as in Charlie Chaplin, quality. Mooney left after only 6 months, claiming ill health and felt worn down by the role. The first Willie film on film was the 53-year-old Frederick March in the 1951 film, scripted by studio hack Stanley Roberts, who cut 15% of the play, including several key thematic elements, such as references to Willie's father, Biff's darker aspects and criminal past, and most of Happy's lines, including his denial of his father at Stanley's chop house and his requiem declaration to follow in his father's footsteps. The film also presented Willie as borderline insane. March had been Miller's first choice for the premiere production, but Miller didn't like this film rendition. As one critic says, the whole film had a darkness to it. It was very melancholy, depressing, desperate, hopeless. And March plays Willie as a truly desperate man at the end of his sanity. We see him in the film crazily talking to himself several times in several scenes, which really undercuts his tragic status. Someone who is nuts has no self-agency, and a tragic hero must at least be partially responsible for his own mistakes. Salesman works, but not when you cut out a bunch of Miller's lines. It seems there are limits, although I like to show the closing scene from this version in class, as it really depicts most clearly that Willie is going to his death full of hope, rather than the despair too many students assume must be behind the act. In 1975, George C. Scott took on Willie at the age of 47. While critics lauded Scott's unique portrayal of Willie as a walking time bomb, the overall production was seen as problematic in terms of other casting and the set design. Many disliked the horseshoe-shaped stage, offering an open platform filled with props, with the Lomas house set at one end with exterior walls on display. They felt it made the play too diffuse. Still, critics responded to Scott as Willie even more strongly than they had to Cobb. Clive Barnes, not a critic to go overboard, declared it a performance to bait your breath, exciting beyond words. And Christopher Sharp insisted the difference between Cobb and Scott was the distinction between the general and the particular. A little older, at 53, Warren Mitchell first played Willie in London in 1979, and reviews were ecstatic. Returning to Miller's original vision and dialogue of Willie as a shrimp rather than a walrus, Mitchell played the character, as the Yorkshire Post reported, with an intrepid, crazy kind of faithfulness towards those bad things he believes in. While American portrayals had tended to present Willie as initially strong and then stripped down to frailty, Mitchell turned the tables. He began as frail and gathered in strength. Ultimately, the character was less sympathetic, and more than one reviewer described him as a cornered rat. But Miller enjoyed this production far more than he had Mooney's. Mitchell also repeated his performance at the age of 70 for a TV version with David Thacker directing in 1996, making him one of the older Willies. This repeat performance was well received, despite its low budget. And as Amanda Wrigley points out, the close-up shots and clever lighting underscore the claustrophobia in the individual tragedies and personal relationships, whilst the use of layered perspective intelligently conveys the complexity of the family dynamic well. As we see here, the careful framing of the characters enhances our understanding of their relationships with all of their suspicions, likes, and dislikes. Dustin Hoffman was 46 for the 1984 stage version, which was then filmed for CBS the following year. He lost weight to make sure his suit could hang off a spindly frame. Like Mitchell, Hoffman was another shrimp, described as a sharp bird-like creature with flapping arms and a piercing voice, he is the quintessential little guy straining to look bigger than he is. Feisty, even arrogant, and filled with equal measures of rage and exhaustion, pressures of the role led Hoffman to cut back from 8 to 6 weekly performances. The 1985 film version was distinctly expressionistic in presentation and a critical and popular success. Hoffman was described as effective, gripping, spectacular, though there was some feeling still that he was too young, but it was felt that his Willie had more pathos than Cobb's. Miller was involved in both the stage and film versions as an advisor and felt that Hoffman's presentation of Willie was as fully authentic as Cobb's, even though intrinsically different. Robert Fall's 1999 harrowing revival, again on Broadway, offered a dark portrait of familial love and shifting modular scenic design by Mark Wendland that had the Lohman house literally separating and drifting apart into different configurations to underscore the action. Some found that noisily distracting and others wonderfully suggestive. At 60, Brian Dennehy played Willie as a big man who could be gentle and quiet one moment, only to explode in Shakespearean anger and rage the next. It was a performance full of peaks and troughs, and when he sags, one reviewer suggests, his massive body seems to implode. One might say The Return of the Walrus, but Dennehy also played Willie as an intelligent man who truly believed in his own myths and could be both loving and vengeful. At age 72, Christopher Lloyd, the oldest Willie here, took on the role in a Western Playhouse production and conveyed the scary and sad descent from denial into dementia. Critic Frank Rizzo further assessed there's something in Lloyd's haunted, deep-set eyes, his skeletal visage, and his tall, lean, and bent frame that is so physically right for the role of a common man betrayed by the American dream and under siege by his demons. And there is also that creepy resemblance to the actor, to the elderly Miller himself. Really struck me at the time. Playing Lohman at high school was one of the factors credited with giving Philip Seymour Hoffman the acting bug. At 44, Hoffman's 2012 Broadway revival was one of the younger Willies, and he played up the character's helplessness, going through an emotional breakdown each performance. Critics were divided. Some felt he was too slouchy and hangdog, with line reading so flat and matter-of-fact that it was impossible to envision ever selling anything, as well as complaining that he was just too young and awkwardly lumbering. But others found it revelatory, because Hoffman forces you to chuck away the preconceptions, above all the tendency to pity, that have built up around the character over the years. A Willie who was tired to death and, as is evident from these pictures, frequently depicted sitting down, but perhaps not yet burnt out. I also thought it interesting that all of the production stills were published in black and white to round out what was in many ways a fairly nostalgic production that also used the original Milsener set and lighting design. Miller's Centennial year, 2015, saw Sir Anthony Sher at 65 take on the role for the Royal Shakespeare Company, being one of the few modern plays produced by this prestigious company. As Sher explained in an interview, actors want to play Miller's characters because they are great roles, full of complexity. He also confessed that playing Lohman was immensely demanding and tiring. Reflecting the argument I've been trying to make, one critic points out that it is a sign of the play's stature that it can accommodate different approaches to Willie Lohman. You can cast a physical flyweight like Dustin Hoffman or a titanic heavyweight like Brian Dennehy. What is extraordinary about Anthony Sher's performance is that it seems to combine elements of both. Initially, Sher seems to be a small, shrunken figure trudging wearily homewards after an abortive sales trip. But as he relives his past, Sher becomes a dapper, spring-heeled joker whose desperate desire to be liked is symbolized by his use of the old vaudevillian trick of extending his hands as if seeking applause. Sher also caught beautifully the contradictions of the aging Willie, who both craves love and repels it, and who goes brick red with rage at a moment's notice. It was a deeply conceived, superbly detailed performance that reminds us that Willie is, like King Lear, whom Sher went on to play that same season, a man who has ever but slenderly known himself. As further testimony to its flexibility, the play has also seen its share of colorblind or ethnic casting. Despite the deserved hoopla around the 2022 African-American Lomans on Broadway, there was a professional all African-American cast for the show back in 1972 at Center Stage in Baltimore, with gravel voice Richard Ward as Willie. However, it was not as successful. Mel Gussow felt that Ward lacked assurance and wore his role as if it was someone else's clothes, as his only effective scene was when he gets totally demeaned by Howard. The critique, however, was over the quality of the acting, rather than seeing this play as not able to work with African-American actors. Indeed, one critic observed, Willie Loman's values are white values. The elevation of personality, congeniality, conformity, salesmanship in the sense of selling oneself. Willie becomes a black man embracing the white world as an example to be emulated. Some productions have chosen to make Charlie and Bernard black, as in the 1975 Scott version, but most reviewers objected to such a choice, suggesting that interracial casting created statements the play was not intended to bear. However, versions that present the Lomans as black and others in the cast as white, especially Howard, allow, as one reviewer of the recent Broadway production suggested, the cruelty of capitalism to be compounded by the heartlessness of racial exploitation and oppression. But it's not necessary to have white cast members to do this, and in more recent years, the play has been presented successfully several times with all black casts. Yale Rep succeeded in 2009 with Charles S. Dutton delighting critics and playing Willie as something of a lovable teddy bear. Continuing the concept, but with varying takes on the character, South Coast Rep saw Charlie Robinson in 2013 play Willie as a bitter grampus. And Pennsylvania's Plays and Players Theatre saw Keith Cash Goins play him as fierce and volcanic in a feisty production the following year. Both Dutton and Goins effectively utilized distorting sound effects to convey Willie's dips into his memory. Salesman has been translated into numerous languages, including Yiddish, German, French, Spanish, Italian, Russian, Korean, Chinese, Japanese, Hindi, and Tagalog, and has been performed through the lens of numerous ethnicities and nationalities. Dare I repeat or say again, a little like Shakespeare? Interestingly enough, although it's Willie, Wendell Pierce, is American, the first African-American Loman family on Broadway was in fact a transfer of an English production, produced by the Young Vic in 2019, where British actors had played the rest of the Loman family. This transferred to the West End with some cast changes, and the Daily Telegraph announced, "This masterpiece resonates and devastates afresh." Nominated for several awards in Britain, it won 2 of the Olivia Awards for Best Direction and the Best Actress for Sharon Clarke as Linda. It transferred in 2022 with only Pierce and Clarke left in the cast. Nominated for a couple of Tony Awards for Pierce and for the lighting, and Drama Desks for Best Revival, Direction, and again for Pierce, it was a box office pleaser, but actually took home no trophies this time round. One critic described the production as an accessible, compelling, and distinctive re-envisioning. And Jesse Green noted how, rather than behave as if the cast were colorblind, neither the black nor the white actors ignore race, they mine it, bringing their characters to fully specific and vivid life. Now, one of the best-known foreign productions is the one Miller himself directed in 1983 at Beijing People's Arts Theatre in Chinese with Ying Rusheng as a Willie. This was considered a landmark production in terms of the opening up of China to Western culture, and it is not insignificant that they chose Miller's play to initiate the process. With his insistence that the actors forego the usual wigs, pale face makeup, and stylized gesture that was usual in Chinese theatre when doing a Western play. Miller's direction revolutionized the acting style of foreign plays in China to some degree. Costumes were created for the production to emphasize the obvious foreignness of such characters, but in a more naturalistic fashion than usual. Ben played his role, as you see here, though, in a cowboy hat. Not a costume choice I've ever seen in an American production, but it worked here. Now, in a culture without salesmen or life insurance for several decades, For the Chinese, the play was less about the American dream and its failings than about class struggle, with the underclass suffering from the oppression of the ruling class. So although it meant something different, it was nonetheless successful. In 2012, People's Arts Theatre mounted another production in Beijing with Ding Xicheng as Willie. None of the actors even attempted to look or act their age, and the set and costumes were even more whimsical, with the Star-Spangled Banner blasted as the climax of both acts. The director, Li Liu, was granted permission to perform the play as a contemporary Chinese story, replacing the opening flute music with a melancholy violoncello and using contemporary costumes and rock music. The set was very different and highly representational, emphasizing the expressionistic base of the play by drawing on the aesthetics of Chinese opera. Incidentally, China was not the first Asian country to produce Salesman. That honor goes to South Korea in 1957, and the play has also been recently produced on the US shores with an all-Asian cast, as you can see here, by the surprisingly youthful Vishal Reddy as Willie. One aspect of Salesman that makes it so unique is the importance of its set, which can often be viewed as an additional character. Joe Miles's original set and lighting design, coupled with Kazan's direction and insight, were big contributors to the play's initial success. As Brenda Murphy explains, Miles's sets combined translucent scenery, expert lighting effect, and sets that went as the eye traveled upward from drab realistic interiors to light, delicate frameworks that were mere suggestions of buildings, which he goes on to call subjective realism. Miller and his technical crew basically invented a whole new way of presenting a play on stage, which would become increasingly influential. Miller wanted a set that would convey aspects of both the claustrophobic present and the idealized past within the same space. And Mielzner obliged with an inventive use of scrims and lighting in a design that would allow all the scenes to be played out with only minimal stage management. The fourth stage was essential to allow for breakout space to play the scenes beyond the Lohman's house. Now, many productions have striven to emulate Mielzner's stage design, especially those with a proscenium-style theatre space. The large stage at the Royal Shakespeare Company was able to produce this even grander version of Mielzner's design in their 2015 revival. In 1963, designer Randy Eccles tried something very different at the Guthrie that was fairly controversial, but probably worked better on that theatre's open stage. Most of the acting was done on an expansive apron with minimal props. Some liked it, others calling a daring disappointment and too stark. The general opinion was that there was not sufficient sense of the crushing environment against which the Lohmans were meant to be struggling. Hume Cronin, one of the first shrimps or bantams to play Willie, was also ambivalent about the production. His wife, Jessica Tandy, played Linda. He felt that the design veered too far from the expected. But critics were also ambivalent about Cronin, preferring to see Willie played by someone larger still, arguing that his smallness detracted from the character's tragic potential. Others have presented the play in the round in order to try and draw you in, and they seem to have worked better than Circle in the Square's botched attempt back in '75 by being sparser, and that way the scenery doesn't get in the way between the audience and the play. The use of framing, an extension of Mielzner's original skeletal design for the Lohman's house, has also been fairly popular, perhaps showing the fragile design of Willie's hopes and dreams, as well, of course, as the use of actual frames as set direction, possibly to emphasize the idea of how the family feels constantly under the gaze of their society. Indeed, the 2022 Broadway production made noticeable use of frames that some found a little distracting as they tended to come and go, as opposed to being fixed throughout the production. But one critic who enjoyed this expressionistic element observed, "The light and versatile set effectively allows for Willie's memories to fly in and out like thoughts passing with the clouds." There have been a great variety of stagings for the play, some on an evident budget, or they have simply chosen to be minimalistic. The 4 chairs included at Lyric Arts, top right here, which I noticed also was in the movie version, 4 chairs, It's an interesting stage decision since Miller's stage direction actually only asks for 3, a point on which several scholars have wondered, given that the family has 4 members. So who's missing a chair? Right? Checkered flooring also seems very prevalent in numerous productions, just a means of conveying the period or to carry the suggestion of Willie as a pawn on a game board. And then there is the poetic imagery of David Thacker's 1996 production at National Theatre in London with the late Alan Armstrong as Willie, an almost elegiac rendering of the play. There's the tree that gets broken and that the British guy was talking about earlier. Here's another one. I love the grimness of this one at the top there with its ugly checkered wallpaper as if to show the true poverty of Willie's dream or maybe of the reality he's refusing to accept. And we also saw something of this in the darkness and the peeling paint of the house as presented here in the 1985 Hoffman film version, which several people commented on last night at the viewing. Other productions have offered even more complexity in their designs. This is similar to Miles and his design, but with a greater solidity. Gone are the skeletal beams and the transparent scrims. And here we see realism gone insane. Oh no, that's the wrong. Wrong. That's the wrong one. Sorry, even more complex here. We have there have been increasingly realistic and detailed sets, even what is clearly a smaller stage. And here again, we've got the 4 chairs. Here's the one that's gone crazy, right? Here's realism gone insane. I don't know where this was done. I just found the still online, right? But goodness knows how or where they played the breakout scenes in Stanley's Chop House, the Boston Hotel, or Charlie or Howard's offices. And then, of course, there are the more representational expressionistic renderings. I couldn't find a photo of the 1999 revival, the Dennehy one, which I would love to have put up here, and that would clearly fall into this category. But here are some other fairly funky ideas I wish I'd been able to watch. And I kind of like this one, Indiana Rep's off-kilter design, as if to convey Willie's skewed vision of the world around him. And here we have, not the usual black, but a red checkered floor, red always conveying a sense of danger. And although the head is cut off in this picture, you might be able to make out in the background, maybe it's a little vague, a shadowy backdrop, as they had throughout this production, the image of a guy, possibly Willie's inspiration, Dave Singelman, in a disheveled suit and tie, which was there throughout the whole performance to show the dark and shadowy dream that has captured the protagonist. Focusing on Miller's imagery and original title, The Inside of His Head, Thompson River University Actors Workshop Theatre stage set actually depicted a giant profile of a head against which the actors played out their scenes, all of them carrying suitcases. Now, this had been Miller's original vision for the staging, the giant head, not the incessant suitcases, and one that Kazan and Milner swiftly talked him out of doing, and I kind of want to say thank goodness. In Theatre Me Too's wildly inventive production, the players are masked and certain characters are replaced by inanimate objects, such as Charlie by a rolling refrigerator door, the woman by a table fan, and Happy, a black punching bag on a movable frame. We see him here in the background talking to Biff. The play is so solidly written, it can even sustain the high-level expressionistic rendering as this production got pretty positive reviews. And Steve Marino, I believe, reviewed this for the Miller Journal back in the day, right? While most productions present the play as being set in the late 1940s, we do sometimes see more modern sets aside from the Chinese one. These are perhaps being used to show that this need not be an historical piece and is in fact a timeless story, as it is, with continual productions for 75 years proving itself to be. Using what they called a dynamic blend between cinema and stage, the Dare Collective last February in Tasmania, Australia, offered an adaptation that highlights the ingrained idea of fantasy and the deep-rooted fear of failure, establishing that however counterintuitive it may seem, sometimes true happiness, contentment, and ambition can be found after the moment when we observe, understand, and embrace our failures. I was unable to find any reviews of this production, but one wonders how closely this might have been to another Australian production I heard about that tried to recast the play as a sitcom show a few years back, as if the Lohmans were living on a TV set. That one was sadly shut down, though, by the Miller estate. The point here is that Death of a Salesman, like Shakespeare's work, seems to have become part of the global zeitgeist. And I honestly see no play by O'Neill, Williams, Albee, and all the rest, wonderful though they are, with quite that reach and power, which is why Arthur Miller, may he rest in peace, is the best American playwright, and Death of a Salesman, his best play, as Brenda Murphy, I'll finish with her, so succinctly puts it. If he had written only Death of a Salesman, he would be considered one of the great American playwrights. Fortunately, he did far more than that. Thank you.
We have a few minutes before lunch. Questions or responses? Yes, sir.
How much did Arthur Miller and his estate have control over these plays? Sometimes I read that the playwright or estate could take them off or censor them. How is it with?
I think it depends on the country where it's being produced. They definitely have control of productions in America and England and in Australia. There have been other incidents where, especially in trying to do ethnic casting, seems to have been problematic. There was a lot of controversy over whether it was okay to have Black actors play some of the characters in All My Sons, and that caused quite a bit of a stir. And a lot of the plays have been produced with this, but they've had to. If it's a thing, there's a huge difference between the professional productions and just university or like little theater productions, which are licensed but don't have the same oversight by the estate as the professional ones. So it's really the professional ones that tend to run up against this potential censorship.
Yes.
First off, I really enjoyed how blended his personal life with his other plays and culminating in this, all of his theater plays backing up his point. I wanted to ask if you viewed any of these plays on theater, which one was your favorite?
Oh, usually the one I'm watching at the time. It's really hard because I actually did my doctoral dissertation on Miller's later plays, his plays from the 80s and 90s, because it felt terrible to me that no one was looking at those plays. And I went to see a production of Broken Glass when it first came out in its tryouts at the Long Wharf. And I thought, this is a great play. Why is no one writing about it? Why is it? And then it went on to New York, and it didn't have a particularly good run in New York. And that kind of made me sad. I mean, when it was put on in England, it did great. And they even made it into a BBC movie, which was also with virtually the same cast. And it was very, very much more successful. And that made me wonder about, does America really appreciate this guy? But I really, to be honest, I don't think I've ever seen a production of a Miller play that I haven't enjoyed in some way. I saw a really stunning expressionistic production once of All My Sons. It was directed by a Macedonian director straight out of Moscow Arts Theatre. And he did not give you the little back garden with the fallen tree and all of that. What he did was give you a stage that was surrounded by soldiers' boots. And he had this like dance macabre of soldiers coming in and dancing with their girlfriends, the 21 dead pilots. At various points throughout the play, he had Linda in whiteface, looking a little bit like the villain out of a Disney movie, with all red lips and white face, and sort of orchestrating things from the background. And it was just imagistically, it was it worked. It worked, and it just told me that the play is so well written, you really can do anything with it. I wish I'd seen the Theatre Me Too production. I loved reading your review of that, and so yeah, we try and review as many productions as possible in the journal, so we can provide a kind of record there for people who want to do performance studies, and we've been doing that for quite some years now.
Would it be possible to have a copy of your PowerPoint presentation?
Sure, I have your email. I'll have to do it Dropbox because it's big.
So yeah, I'd like
I'll work it out.
Anyone else? Yes, sir.
What's the location of that burial site? Can you tell?
I believe it's down the road.
Second part of cemetery. Anyone else? Comments?
I've stunned them all to say he's going.
Okay, so we're gonna break for lunch, which is gonna be served out on the patio in the back because the weather gods have been very nice to us.